All right. Now, a promise made is a debt unpaid, and the trail has its own stem code. In the days to come, though my lips were numb, in my heart I had cursed the load. In the long, long night, by the lone firelight, while the huskies, round in a ring, howled their woes to the homeless snows, oh God, how I loathed the thing. The Borealis left the town of Bryn Shindar having discussed a new deal with Jameson, agreeing to meet him in Caer Konig when all was ready. But as they turned southwards, heading towards the town of Goodmead, the area of which Lucy had grown up, and the recent death of speaker Kendrick Rainsparrow was still being celebrated and mourned, a pitch black night comes to the dale as stone touches steel. Things are beginning to ring out across the snow and ice. Please allow me to welcome you all this evening once more to IceWind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden, Session 20, Crucible. With the cold wind still blowing off the red waters, it's 6 p.m. on the 11th day of Hammer, and the quiet town of Goodmead has begun to return to its slumber as the stragglers in the mead hall are returning to their homes in hopes of a restful night. Even the bees have begun to buzz more softly as the music inside the mead hall dies down. And it's at this moment that we return, the visions having passed from the previous session. You are all standing, Yuale and Tanzin, just outside of the Shrine of the Flaming Sword, with Nightmare having touched the stone of Sherdendale becoming inert, and Nightmare having grown and fractured into the size of a battle axe. Yuale, you are still having just come out of the vision where you had seen. And Astra, you were in the middle of interrogating individuals on information on Shander Froth. And you had received the brief shunting into a memory or vision from before. No one seems to have reacted around you, as people are still quietly drinking, enjoying the scenery, and starting to make their way back. Lucy, you had begun making your way out and around, or tucking in back?
I was kind of gonna sit sort of in the middle of the beehives.
Okay.
That makes sense.
There's less than a dozen or so people there in a very large space. No one seems to be bothering you. And the rest of you are starting back up there.
Who are we following right now?
You're not following anybody.
I mean, who are we focused on in this moment? Is it Astra or is it Tanzin and Yuale?
Who would like to go first? I was just reminding everyone of where they were. Okay.
I guess we can go first then.
Yep.
That's weird.
Did you see
Just
that?
See what? She puts her axe down by her
For
side.
one, your axe is bigger. Number two, I had a vision or something.
Oh, about what?
And I explained to her what I saw, and how the person that I saw in this vision seemed to resemble a young Astra, or a person that looked
You don't
like
know
them.
that it looked like Astra.
Oh, I thought we did.
You just saw someone.
Figure. Okay. But there was a figure, and that there were like 100 hands or thousands. I can't remember.
Thousands.
Thousands of hands. Like I described the whole vision in detail, and then just kind of sit there and like, I think I have a lot of questions about who Yargle is. That I feel like this has given us like a little glimpse into.
That's fascinating. Do you think I did that, or do you think it was just like?
I mean, you said you were going to touch the stone. I didn't realize you were going to touch your axe to the stone. I
Well,
thought you were just going to like touch it
they
with your
were.
hand.
Have you ever like tried to keep magnets apart and you just want to see them click together because like it, like
I
they were being
understand.
pulled together, but like I had to see what would happen. I'm sorry.
No, it's. I feel like Lucy's going to be quite upset with us because what if we'd like blown up her town?
I look back at the mess hall. I'm like, well, it's still there.
I know, but like I already like whatever this is, and you know whatever's going on with the stone and me, like we already like affected a little boy. Like I would hate to think that we just affected the whole town because. But anyway, I don't know what it means. I don't know if we caused it and it happened. Like time is weird. Like I don't know if we caused something to happen in an alternate like timeline or in the same timeline but past.
In the alternate timeline, the stone was not touched the axe. Nothing changed.
So, like I'm not sure if it was just a vision or if it like if I was witnessing it happening in real time.
Do you think my ex is that noticeable?
It's like fucking two-handed now. It's pretty obvious. But
It's
you think
okay.
that would be just like I don't know. Maybe
I'll just hold
part
it
of
down at my
her.
side, and then like maybe people will be like, "Oh, she's got an axe." It's the same axe. They don't know me, so.
I feel
As
like
you like pick it up and heft it, but it's like heavy. With the head having gone from like this big to this big.
I wonder what changed though. Like I wonder why.
I don't know. Can I use? Do I have spells left? I can't remember. I was gonna say, can I see what else my axe does, or like anything's new with identify magic, or?
I have already sent it to you as you are
And
attuned.
as I looked down,
Yeah.
I saw it.
As she is quickly reading its new ability.
Yeah. That's actually cool. So do I want to? Do you want to know what it does, Uale?
Worse? What's
Okay,
changed?
so my axe can now temporarily store elemental power temporarily. And then I have half a day or 1/day, so I think half a day. Is that what that
Once a day.
represents? Once a day. You can use your reaction to add +3 to either your AC against a spell that makes the damage until next drawn. This weapon deals an additional 60 of damage type and glows a fitting color.
Damn!
What's the fitting
Okay.
color?
It's gonna be glowing purple, like a dark purple, like dark crystal-y.
Yeah, it's basically whatever elemental energy you store in it, that's what the aura it sheds.
That's cool.
But
Can
really
I
looking
try
for
to
what?
like? How do I store elemental abilities in it? Is it just because I capture them from a spell, or?
What it is basically if you get hit, you can store that energy.
Oh, it's like the spell.
Yeah. So it's what
Yeah.
it is the first part when you, because the mechanics how it works is once a day you can use your reaction to add +3 to your AC against a spell that makes damage. So basically, if someone's like casting firebolt at you, you once a day can be like, lift up your axe and use it as a shield. Puffs your AC for one hit, and then whatever energy that does can go in. And I'll allow it as a reaction too for AoE spells. Sadly, it's not going to really change that, but you can absorb some of the energy from it.
Wait, so do you want me to like? Do you want to go somewhere a little less obvious, and do you want me to like shoot a fireball at you so you can test it out?
Obviously.
All right, let's go somewhere a little less like in the limelight or something.
Okay. We like, can we just like start walking?
Sure. Which direction are you heading? Into the
Is there
woods?
like, yeah, I was like
No.
into oh, not into the woods, into like an open, quiet area.
You guys are in the middle of town, and it's not a
Oh,
very big town.
maybe we should wait until we're like on the road, in more isolated areas. I don't want to accidentally like burn a house or the
Well, it's
woods.
firebolt's not fireball. Like I don't think. But sure, yeah, whatever you think.
Cool. And maybe the others won't notice how big it's gotten.
I think you just better come up with a really, really convincing, like, explanation. Preferably the truth, but maybe you don't. I don't know. I'm not really super keen to tell them that about the Chaos Rock as yet.
Okay, we'll think of something. Mostly true.
I'll leave it up to
40%
you.
true.
So we're just gonna go back to the mess hall, I think.
Mead Hall.
Mead hall.
I'm
Yep.
probably not going to do that just because I don't want anyone to react to the stone. So,
Should we go back to the house we're staying?
Sure, I'm good with that.
Let's go there then.
Also, like, we're gonna have to figure out a way that to make sure that, like, if the chaos just like, okay, so and like Uali will start to like unload like ideas about what like the because so far we've been told that the stones really like are like good or bad, right? That they can have certain like they can do certain things, but with like only like a very narrow idea of what we know about them. So she's gonna start like telling Tans and like this kind of opens up a world of possibilities and like just think of what really like what's your friend from the Arcane Brotherhood like this would probably be really useful information for them to know. This could be a leverage point if we needed to bargain for information. So like there's just she's just like exploring her ideas with you.
I think information, if we can use it as leverage and be like, oh, we could do weird things and we never know what the outcome's gonna be. You could get 2 heads, you could grow 3 times, I don't know.
I don't know. And then she'll like once back in the house, she'll like show you how like bendy she is. Like there's a lot of things here like you could use if you're a good negotiator. Like you being my like spokesperson, as long as you don't sell me off for like scientific research purposes in totality, we might.
I think
be
this is
able
the
to
first time
convince-
Tanzin will also have noticed that you're bendy because she's super just oblivious and she's like, yep. How long did it take? Have you always been an acrobat?
No, this happened after we were resurrected or reborn or whatever you want to call it.
Now, as you are filling her Tanzin in, Uale, and heading back to the house, we're actually going to transition to Astra, if that's all right. Astra, you've just finished coming back in. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's literally the person you were talking to getting that piece of information. You have the vision. They're still sitting in front of you, kind of staring at you, who's been staring off for half a second. You all right?
Yeah, just headache. Hit randomly.
Oh, it must be bad. You lost your accent. You were speaking as a faux valley girl last time.
Holy
I
shit!
forgot.
That's okay. I don't mind.
Just sometimes things get a little loud.
That's usually what the mead's for. Do you need another drink? Or do you need someone to get you home, or?
Lucy.
Lucy is in full meditative state. Which, would you like to describe what your meditative state looks like, Lucy?
Lucy is kind of sitting comfortably, like cross-legged on the floor, kind of in the middle, behind a few of the like beehives. Like if you weren't like looking for her, you probably wouldn't really find her that easily. And her eyes are just shut, and she's in that kind of really classic meditative pose. Her hands are kind of rested, upturned on her knees, and she looks very focused.
None of the bees are touching her. Just flying around.
Okay. Not gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole right now. She'll try to look for Tanzin and Uale next.
They're both gone.
Fuckers.
They just ghosted you. Sten is also on high alert. In your subconscious.
Okay. Are the other two within 60 feet of me? Or they're past that point?
At this time, they are past that.
I think Astra would just plop down in a respective distance to not be at the bees, if she can see that, and just like in front of Lucy.
The guy who you're talking to is kind of like, yeah, it's about time I was going anyways. And turns and leaves. Goes like he's gonna say something and then continues on.
Lucy, and I'll try to do it in your head. Probably not getting through, but I'll just sit there and like, don't split the party. Don't split the party. Don't split the party. Don't split the party. We split the party.
Yeah, you did.
She like twitches just slightly with the like interruption into her mind, but like there's a very clear like effort to remain focused.
Astra, are your eyes on?
No, they wouldn't be.
Okay, just checking.
take that. That's too much of a headache, right? And I will wait for Lucy to finish meditating because I got nothing else to do, and
All right. No one kicks you guys out of the mead hall. Everyone just kind of slowly trickles out. A few people do come around picking up drinks and tidying things up and moving plants back onto where people have moved them down from. They restoke the fires. And then, seeing you, they kind of give you a long stare. Astra, you're the only one who's really conscious of this. But they don't interrupt you. You would notice as time slowly passes that the plants, where they had been slightly grayed and bending, are filling with color, leaves beginning to open. And it's almost not quite the sped up single shot camera over days and days. It's not that fast. It's just the slight turning, and like they're finally able to take a breath in. But it continues for hours. Is there anything you would like to do in that time besides waiting? I know Astra's a very patient person, but
I think maybe after the first hour, she'll kind of look and notice and go, I thought this was more of the druid talk to the higher powers thing, not restore chloroform.
you mean chlorophyll?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna chloroform people. Just this probably means I need to look for the other two. I should go. I will grab a piece of paper and write.
Do you have paper?
I do, because I have a forgery kit.
Do I have paper?
Well, I could just like carve into the floor or the table, but I feel like that's not appropriate either.
Bro was here.
We're off to see the wizard. Nope, sorry, wrong thing. Just write a quick. Going to find the other two. Have fun. Meet back at the house. And then she'll look at it and sign it Astra because she forgot to sign it. She's not used to signing it with her name. And then I will take a last cup of mead, swig it back real good, and turn on the eyes because that might be the best way I can find the other two.
Okay. So taking that drink and turning around, you throw open the eyes, and it's kind of like when you open your eyes when you've been in dark. You can see all the shapes and things moving, and here it's like the shadows are being cast on the walls, all inside of the mead hall. And it's kind of billowing out. As you step outside, that light and energy is expanding further and further. and it's centered on the meat hall. But it goes out farther than you can see. Now, looking around, sadly with the limitation, you don't really see any other auras popping up within that 60 feet.
Is it still snowing? Or
It
is it
is.
snowing at okay, shoot. I was gonna say, can I just see the tracks? But no. They would have filled in by then.
It's a gentle snow. With wind blowing, tracks don't tend to stay very long.
Where did we leave Mimi again?
At the house.
I go to the house to grab Mimi to see if I can use her nose to find Tanzin.
Well, as you head back, I'm going to assume over the hour that you guys have had to run out and then make your way back explaining, what have you been up to at the homestead?
So we've discussed. I think it's probably best we don't tell them about the Chaos Stone. We'll just say that something mutated the axe because you want to keep your stone secret. So we don't know what mutated it, because technically we don't know what mutated. It's just a stone. We don't know what the stone is. So not a lie. And do you think that's okay?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Fair.
Okay. Then I will probably go out and like just hang out with my animals. If you want to come, you can hang out with my animals with me.
Yeah, alright. That sounds good. Do you want to
Let's make a cup of tea and then go outside and
perfect. Sounds great.
So Astra, you would be coming up roughly about the time that they figured out how to light the fire and get the tea going. Mostly because no one really keeps their ovens going, and it takes a while to get a fire started for tea. You would, with your eyes on, this aura is just extending out, and it's going beyond the edge of town. Like the Rainsbarrow Homestead is one of the last buildings before you head out of town southwards. And it is still going out further than that. But as you step back home, or sorry, back to the Kendrick Rainsbarrow's homestead, you see, even through the wood, the auras that you begin to associate with Uale and Tanzin, as well as two strong auras that you have yet to identify. One is about where Tanzin keeps Nightmare, but it has increased in strength. And another is unknown to you, but you feel the pit of your stomach drop the longer you stare and concentrate on it. And Sten would begin to bristle in your subconscious again.
Okay, Sten, let's think about this logically. Let's think about this logically here. I don't know how long those two have run out for. They came back here. Nightmare has changed. Slightly expected. It's a haunted axe. It's a cursed axe. That second aura, though. Is it like when we were on the other side? That feeling of... You recognize it, don't you?
Don't you?
Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna connect with those two or just say, I'm back!
You're about
Right.
midway through pouring the tea.
Oh, do you want a cup of tea?
Is it just the two of you?
Yeah, there's just, well, I mean, and the salad. So.
Lucy's being Mother Nature in the place right now, so she's probably gonna be a bit, I'm gonna go redo my note to her, because I said I was gonna go find you two, but are you gonna just stay here?
Yeah,
That's the plan.
we're not planning on going anywhere else.
Okay. I'm gonna go fix my note to Lucy then quick, if I found you both. And just say we couldn't watch the plants grow. I'll be back. I'll go back to the center.
You can feel Sten's perception as you turn to leave, still focused behind you, watching your back for you.
Deal with that. We will 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 deal with that. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it.
You return to the mead hall, update your note, and Lucy is still in the exact same position.
Damn. Maybe she's one of us, Den. She does have a little thing she talks to. I mean, people can kind of see it versus...
Daffodil's totally playing with some of the bees.
Oh,
Oh,
I love
Daffodil.
him.
So cute. Wait, Daffodil. Fuck. Wasted paper for nothing. Daffodil, do you know if she's gonna be a bit... Can you understand me? Yeah, okay. Just want to double check. She's gonna be a bit, isn't she? She's never done this before? Maybe that's why it's taking her so long. She's got to build up the practice to get good at it, to do it quicker, sort of thing. Maybe? Is that how druids work? You don't know either? Well, one, protect Lucy. You know this. Two, I rounded up the others. Well, they came back home. We will meet her back at the Kendrick's place.
Daffodil runs over and tucks into Lucy's backpack and pulls out a butter knife.
Daffodil, do you want something sharper? Because a butter knife isn't going to do much. You've got to have a lot of
Cuts it
strength. Okay. I am in limited supply of these, so this is very sacred, okay? Very sacred. And I will pull out one of my normal daggers out of my 4. Remember?
Daffodil takes it, like starts immediately whipping it around, stabs the ground a bit.
Does
That's
he
gonna
look
make
like
the blade-
Cloud?
Yeah.
You are small.
Like
I will
takes
give
it,
Daffodil
runs
some
into the
pointers.
barrel.
Of where to aim for people. The best place to, like, start doing that. Mini practice.
Starts like tries to throw it, but it only goes about half a foot.
I realize you can't throw it. I realize that.
Picks up and throws it again.
You know, you're making me feel better. I realize that throwing this stuff is hard, and it makes me feel better about my job.
Starts like soldier walking back and forth in front of Lucy.
Just remember, eyes, throat, groin, if it is male.
Points to its mask.
Mm-hmm. Ears, if you can get in the eardrums, then, you know, that's also a good place.
Points to the mask.
Well, just say. Also, just scare the shit out of them and they'll run away. That's also something. Not as fun. Maybe more fun.
Points to the mask.
I know. Okay. Well. Happy Earth Day. What is the Earth God on this existence? I don't know. May Saloon light your steps. Don't actually. Do druids worship? Don't they do different things? She'll just walk. Whatever.
Is there anything else you would like to do? Or do you find a way back and yourself to rest?
I know that what's-his-face is Shanderfroth. He's out of town doing a job, right? That's what I found out.
Yeah, you found out that he is currently on a job logging.
Did I find out where he is staying in town?
You didn't, but you could find out very easily where he is. There's not that many people in town.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that and I could go do some investigating quick.
Okay, well, there is no one really awake. It is now 7 p.m. And these people tend to get up early.
Tomorrow's job then will be that, maybe. Okay. Let's go back and deal with... whatever happened with those two.
You two have successfully made yourself tea.
Look at us, independent and everything. First I made soup, now I made tea.
Feeling, by the way. There's just
Sorry.
like a little. No, it's just like, just chatting, small talk.
Yeah.
Snow continues to drift as the wind comes off the lake. And unless Astra's trying to hide it, you would see her begin to approach.
Welcome back.
So where did you two vanish off to?
Hmm.
We went to the shrine.
Yes.
Of the flame sword.
Yeah, something weird happened there.
You don't
Holds up
say.
Holds up my axe.
Oh yeah, that I could see from, you know.
Hmm.
The aura is definitely more menacing.
It's bigger.
Transparency's sake, again, we know that I see things that aren't visible to the naked eye.
Her eyes are like this big.
I don't know what made it bigger. It just got bigger.
Okay, did something make the tadpole bigger?
Is he bigger? I know I'm more flexible, and I'll do the.
That I knew.
Are your eyes currently concentrating on the new aura? So it wouldn't be too difficult for Uale to see the line of sight down to exactly where the stone has been hidden.
And I look at Tenzin, I'm like, there's no point in lying about it, I don't think.
Well, I, your secret, not mine, so I didn't want to,
So the shard has become corrupted with like an essence of my own chaos because of the parasite. Because I currently have like an unending desire to like eat everything. So I made a rock out of chaos, basically.
Made a rock by taking one rock.
I swallowed it whole.
It's the worst kind of kidney stone.
Do you take it out?
No.
So that, and she points at like Uale, and made this.
Yeah, they were
And
vibrating at the same frequency.
Nightmare would having enlarged and become more jagged. Before it was a refined metal chunk, but now it has somewhat translucent sheen over the edge. And where the runes had gone through before, they have grown and cracked out. And it looks like this thing should fall apart, but it isn't.
So it looks like Soul Edge from Soul Calibur game series.
Not quite with the whole fleshy bits that Soul Edge gets, but it's getting there.
Cool. You know, it's just interesting because I actually passed out at the party from a memory?
What
What's your name?
kind of memory?
The same vibe, energy, collective, if you will, that's giving off and back to me over drinks.
Like the meat hole. Well, and Yuali will explain what happened with the child, which is what made her leave in the first place. And she is upset about it. You can like see like she was like over it and like talking about it again. She's getting upset. I just like it doesn't seem to affect Tanzan or me at all. And I really didn't know what to do with it. I kind of was hoping that the principles of the rock, from what we like knew about it, would like remove like the essence of chaos from myself. It was like wishful thinking, but it didn't.
Should we tell her about your vision?
He says out loud.
Yeah. Should we tell her about your vision?
I guess so. When Tanzan hit Nightmare on the Chaos Stone, I saw something and she'll describe the scene. But it wasn't my eyes. It was someone else. The only thing I can think of is that it would be Yargle, who's the sire, the father of son of Yargle, who's in me.
That's direct perspective. Flip from mine. Which means your little parasite is what invaded my town.
I don't think son of Yargle was, though, because he wasn't born yet. But I do think his creator was. From what you're saying.
Their sole purpose is to do that.
It was weird. It was like they were locked behind a gate or something, though. Or something, like there were thousands of them.
Okay. Probably. I don't know. I don't think I remember much of that, honestly.
You don't remember anything except for these visions that have been coming up.
Yeah.
It's comes up to the point where you remember the well, then you wake up. These are extra pieces.
Okay. Well, I don't have a good feeling about this still. Probably. I'm okay not touching the scary chaos stone. I'm okay not touching it. I don't.
Probably a good call.
But we're going to tell Lucy all this when she comes back from being Earth Day. And I'm going to keep a respectable distance from it because I don't like it and it's setting Sten off too much. And I don't disagree with him.
Fair.
I have a question for you, Astra. If we're able to find and connect with Yargle, right, the person who attacked me on the way to Neverwinter, would you want your revenge?
Yes.
I don't blame you at all. And she would kind of like look at her own hands and like internally ask Son of Yargle if he would stop Astra from taking revenge. Oh, you're muted.
No, I just spoke very quietly. Why?
Well, usually, if you have an attachment to like your parent or parental figure, you might not want someone to take revenge, but from where I'm standing, Astra's wanting revenge would make sense, so I'm just wondering if you would try and like step in and stop her.
Still, why?
I'm not sure. Just an eye for an eye and all that.
We have eyes.
But there's a saying that goes that an eye for an eye and the whole world turns blind. So, I just... If
Feel your
Astra
eyes do one sideways blink.
Oh god. I guess we'll know when the time comes. If it comes.
You know what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Would you stop Astra?
No.
What if given power for stopping?
I mean, I kind of want my revenge too.
Not an answer.
I don't know. I'm pretty angry about the whole situation, if I'm honest.
And again, everyone's just staring at Uale doing this.
Having private conversations in your head takes talent to do, Tanzin. This takes years of
Says the other
I
person.
just have my own voice, hopefully forever.
And son of Yargle wouldn't really respond after that. You could feel his presence kind of sift back into your body.
Okay. Interesting.
Why would you put it more as vengeance, though?
I don't know. If that's what you'd rather call it. For me, it would be revenge for, like, shanking me in a cave.
You know that's what they do as a whole to multiple people and like it's like tapeworm except worse.
No, I know, and it's interesting because when we were in like the other region or the afterlife or whatever, Acredius told me something interesting that there's something called a spawning circle, and that's he basically said like to never go there because that might actually be when like Son of Yargle would reach fruition, but I don't even know how you'd spot one to avoid it.
Oh, I think I could.
Well, just you
Spot.
could, I just don't know that I would.
And in my head to Sten, that must have been what happened. Okay. Okay. Well, Okay, I'm sure you probably have gone through magic to help with tonight, so bunker down. Get ready for some sleep. I will do a perimeter sweep. Go check on Lucy again, and hopefully she's done by the morning. Because we are going to go get some more information on Shander. And then we're going to deal with this situation when Lucy gets back, because this is a little bit out of my realm.
I don't know if we can deal with it, but Tans and I did have some ideas involving the Arcane Brotherhood. You could use this as leverage. They are Sorry, go ahead, Tamsin.
Why do we need leverage against the Arcane Brotherhood?
I meant more like they're a group of scientists, if you think about it, right? And they want knowledge. And if we have something that they potentially haven't discovered, we could use it as a bargaining chip. Since right now all we've heard about is like neutral stones, good or evil stones, but not chaos ones. I just think that if we needed something or like a way to get into Caer Dineval, to get into Caer Dineval to seek after that boy, knowledge would be a good way to get into it without having to actually like tell them how the Chaos Stone was made, per se. Do you know what I mean? Like, it could be a really good way to get rid of it and also like get a foot in the door for getting more info.
I wonder if Oshadis, the daring, if he would want to do a thesis on it. I wonder if he would find it interesting.
I hope it wouldn't hurt him though.
We'd obviously give fair warnings on it, but we could always raise the question to him. He might find it fascinating.
But we did talk about that, Astra, just in case, like, for ideas of like how to like move forward from here.
Okay, but I'm gonna save that. We're gonna wait for Lucy to come back. We're waiting for Lucy. This feels like a really weird family talk to have without Lucy.
We need Mom to come back. Waiting for Mom. It's not me. I'm not Mom.
No, you are not Mom.
No.
Alrighty. So, Astra, you had planned on heading out to check on Lucy a third time and then do a perimeter sweep.
Mhm.
Tanzin and Uale, are you just drinking your tea and heading to bed?
I think I want to practice with the axe a little bit because it's bigger, it's newer. I want to just. Tanzin's gonna be like, I want to make this feel comfortable while I can cast spells and choppy chop.
As you pick it up, you have never used this weapon before, but it's as fluid in your hands as anything else. You thought the weight would be different, and you realize now that when you like heft it with both hands, you could do a lot more damage, but you could still wield it in one hand and use your other if need be for spells. And as you hit it, the same energy quakes through everything you hit.
Cool.
And Uale?
Uale's just gonna like start hunkering down to bed, but she's just gonna like, sit, kind of like pet her little owl familiar. And has it changed form or shape at all?
Nope.
Yeah, she's just gonna like sit and have like kind of like low key. She's still gonna like continue her nightly ritual of like adding like ideas to pieces of paper regarding like the stone or regarding like the monster, that like what they know about the monster they're searching for to find Astra's brother. Like just update her notes, her like bedtime ritual.
Astra, can you please make me a perception check as you go touring around the town?
A natural 20 or 25 on D&D Beyond. Okay.
Nice.
Starting off strong.
You actually do notice something. As you are going around nearby the edge of the forest doing a perimeter check, there's a bush. And it has a few berries on it.
Sneak over to.
Is it Ash?
Okay.
Hello? Bush? Mr. Ash? Is that what the thing's name was?
I think we named it Ash.
And as you're sitting there, you're like, Ash? That's not my name. Shit.
There you go. Come back.
It hasn't moved. It's just moving around. Like,
Oh. Do you want somewhere warm to stay for the night? Talking bush.
I think it's okay. I recognize you.
Okay. 'Cause
I was supposed to come and keep an eye out for Mr. Lou.
Lou sent you?
Yeah?
Gave you it with Lou? Okay. That's right. It's been a while.
It's only been a few days.
Feels like weeks right now.
Months, I guess.
Did Lou give you a new name? Or you just go in with your actual name?
My name was Shrub.
Sorry, I just heard Tanzan in my head saying Ash, and I just thought I'd verbalize it, you know?
Yeah, he rolled a stealth check and rolled a natural one.
The one time to roll a 20. So, is Lou more worried about Lucy? Because Lucy's in the hall if you want to go check on her.
It's just supposed to keep an eye out. Been here a few days.
Have you seen this dwarven guy, Shander Throth? He was supposed to be out logging.
I don't know who that is.
He's a dwarf, and I'll try to give as much characteristics as I found out throughout the evening. If you've been here for a few days before us.
Okay. I think I've seen someone like that. You said he was a logger. Did he have an axe?
Probably.
Do you want me to tell you when he comes by? Okay.
Can you talk with Lou? Like, or you have to actually physically go back to Lou? Like, you don't have like a...
I don't know where he is.
That's fair.
I was supposed to wait around till he showed up.
When was he supposed to come?
I don't know.
He didn't say.
I don't think so.
So Lucy is the brains between those twins. Okay, got it. Okay, well, We can pretend that I didn't see you. We can pretend, but just be wary of the villagers.
Some have eaten my berries.
Did they ask for consent before they ate?
No, but I made sure to stay very still and not scream at them.
I'm so sorry that they took without you, but you're doing great. You're going to be one of
Thank
the
you.
best spies of your kind. I can tell you that right now. I will take you under my wing. Metaphorically, of course.
All I can hear is the James Bond theme song going, shrubbery, shrubbery.
I'll keep an eye out for Mr. Shanderfroth, the dwarf with an axe.
That's probably actually really generic and kind of stereotypical. That sounds.
Turns around, which he doesn't have a face. You don't know how he talks,
Magic.
but he's apparently staring the other direction now. Maybe?
Do you see something? Or are you just keeping watch now?
I'm keeping watch.
Okay, then I'm gonna leave you to it. Continue perimeter. Check.
Alrighty. And that's everything you see before returning back. And it's another hour. It's now 8 p.m. on the 11th day of Hammer. Are you going to wrap up for the evening, Astra?
Worry about keeping watch. Did the other two pass out at this point? I'll stay up for a little bit to keep watch.
Mhm.
But then I will try to get a couple hours of sleep so I'm not completely exhausted.
Do you lock the doors?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Stupid questions.
Lock the doors, check the windows. Put some bells around with little string for an alarm setting. Yeah.
And
Tell
then
this,
you find your rest. And Lucy, time flies when you're having thoughts, concentrating and extending your will. It feels to you just like minutes. But it's only once you finish that the fatigue sets in. As you can feel the completion. And you take that deep breath. And the time just rapidly catches up to you. It is now 2 a.m. on the 12th day of Hammer.
Is is Daffodil still marching?
Yep. Trying to hold both the dagger and the butter knife.
Oh,
And there's a bunch of bees that are no longer flying around. They've all kind of nestled on different parts of the hive going inside. There's a few that have actually bundled up onto you. They kind of like waggle onto your fingers, buzzing still.
very gently return them to the hive. Probably the wrong hive because I don't know where their house is. They just
You know, there's this many beehives in a small space.
I look at the trees.
They look fantastic. Some of the flowers even are unseasonably blooming. New growths, which definitely were not there before you started this.
Daffodil, can you pass me Astra's dagger, please? She just takes it. And she reaches up to one of the trees and just gently takes a little cutting of one of the blossoms and then gives Daffodil the knife back.
Like sticks it underneath their arm, hands you back the dinner knife.
Put it in my little pocket. I'm gonna just sort of enjoy that smell of blossoms. I haven't smelt it in a really long time. And then I'm gonna go to out of the mead hall and go to Kendrick's body at the shrine.
Alrighty. As you step outside, there is calm. Even though the storm clouds were above, the sky has opened somewhat, and you can see the stars above. But it is a double-edged sword, as it is now the coldest it has been. No wind. It is at least what we would depict as -60. You can see everything outside, the small bit of moisture has just been sapped again. As you walk, the snow crunches underneath your feet. The small fires that were set in the braziers around the shrine of the flaming sword have all but gone out, but no smoke rises from them.
I'm gonna use Druidcraft to relight them as I walk forward.
Do a spellcraft check. That's your spellcast modifier and your proficiency bonus.
Mm, I'm gonna roll it normally on a normal set of dice. I don't think there's a thing for spellcraft in 5th edition, but. So what did
No,
you say it was? My
it's
wisdom
your.
plus my proficiency?
Yep.
Well, that rolled directly out. We'll try that again. Ooh, okay. Sorry, so proficiency is 3, my wisdom is 3, so 19.
As you begin to use your druid craft to relight them, it resists. But it's you have just this area, you've enhanced its growth. You've given yourself to your grove. Nothing can stop you here. And with that small spark of mindset, you encourage the flames back. You know it wants to burn. And it agrees and just comes up. And there lies Kendrick, the burial shroud placed over top, and spear laying over top. Spear that you've known him to carry throughout all of the time you've known him.
Lucy just reaches it down and pulls the top part of the burial shroud off so that she can kind of see his face.
He's peaceful as you stare down at Kendrick. He is the same long braided beard a little bit more salt and pepper, with his crinkled hair set in small braids. His dark, almost obsidian skin staring back at you, and still his hair done up in slight, dreaded braids and shaved perfectly around the top, running down. His eyes are closed, but it is definitely him.
She takes the blossom very gently, puts it into his braided hair, and just touches his forehead. Thank you. This is the least I could do for everything you've given us. And she just kisses his forehead and puts the shroud back over his face. Goodbye, old friend. And she stands for maybe a minute or two, kind of collecting herself. Okay. Okay. Walks back to his house.
It seems colder as you make your way back. But once you lose sight of the shrine, things are just a little warmer. And overhead, you can see the aurora glistening. As you make your way back, you go to step inside the house and the door is locked.
Well, that makes sense. She kind of like looks around, goes around the side to the X-Beaks,
Yeah.
just sort of settles in with them.
Now, Tanzan, it would be heckin' cold outside, colder than you would be able to withstand even with a tent. So I'm assuming you made your way inside.
Probably.
Okay.
So my tent's probably still set up out there.
Yeah. Lucy, as you go by, you can see Mimi has crawled inside the tent,
Oh,
but it's like bowed out at the side and is mostly collapsed down.
go snuggle with Mimi. Like, oh, you look cold.
Mimi like stares at you as you come up, but doesn't say anything. And like you worm your way in there.
I will be.
And the night, well, the day, for some, continues on. What time would people begin to rise? Having gone to bed at 8, 8 hours would be roughly 4 a.m. But would you wait till 6? Would you try waking up at 4?
I'd wake up at 4.
Get up at 3.
I'd get up at 5, probably.
Okay, so around then people start to rise. Lucy is still out like a light. And what do you guys do in the morning? I assume you don't wake up and immediately run outside in the bristling cold. There might be some tea warming up. There might be fires being lit. We'll say about 5:30, 6 o'clock on the 12th day of Hammer. You all are awake, finish your morning routine, except for Lucy, who, Tanzan, I assume you going out to feed the axe beaks, would see Mimi having curled around Lucy, who's like in the center.
I'm gonna go over and like I'm gonna attempt to lift Lucy inside while holding. No, I'm going to see that Lucy's there, and then I'm gonna come back and be like, I need help. I only have one hand.
Why? What's wrong?
Lucy is outside in the flippin' cold.
She could have knocked.
So I don't want her to freeze to death. We need to get her inside.
She wouldn't freeze to death. But I'll take one of the bells off the windows. We'll get her up this way. Or wait, funner way to get her up.
Oh no.
Gonna try and wake her up mentally.
You gotta do this little shake up. Why don't you put your feet up on the table?
No. I start having weird dreams.
And you're making noises straight into her mind, Astra?
Mhm.
No, what kind of noises? I just heard the edge of it.
It'll be like, I'll try to replicate a bell. Ding 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 ding, and then go wee woo wee woo wee woo. And Lou and Tanzan were fighting again, and I'll just put like
Stunting suggestions in there.
You know when you're like sleeping and your alarm is going off, but you don't wake up, so you dream about trying to turn off your alarm? I don't know if that's happened to anybody else, but that's happened to me a lot. And you're just like trying to find the source of the sound, but you can never shut it off. That is currently what Lucy is dreaming about.
Anyone watching Lucy would see her almost thwap Mimi on the beak as you're like trying to chase away your alarm bird. But you would wake up, Lucy. You've had about 4 hours of sleep,
Yeah, that's more than I thought I would get.
but you are still exhausted. So you have 1 point of exhaustion.
Do I get a short rest?
I will give you a short rest.
It doesn't change anything for me, but I liked putting it into the thing. I will. Where is the conditions? Boop. Okay. So I just have disadvantage on ability checks.
Yep.
Okay. We'll
As
get
you
up and crawl out of the tent.
Mimi is still passed out. The axe beaks are all huddled, snow having blown up and on their giant feathers kind of push them in. They're still heads down underneath their wings. And the inside of the Kendrick, or of the Rain Sparrow homestead, is very inviting, as there smells like good food.
Nice. I'm gonna go inside. Like, you know what? I had the strangest dream.
Oh,
Yes, and you were there, and you were there.
Fascinating. I wish I could dream.
You're always
Nope.
welcome.
I can't actually. I can't.
Go into other people's dreams.
You can go into other people's dreams.
I force them to maybe think about what I want them to think about sometimes.
She dream
Doesn't always.
hops.
Well, you learn something new every day.
That's very true. What have you got for breakfast?
We have fish, and we've got some root vegetables.
some
Really?
hash browns.
Was a hash
I
brown?
keep saying that word and I don't know what it means.
Ugh. See, these potatoes, we fried them.
Fried potato.
Put them in the pan, and you move it around until I guess they get hot.
Boil them,
Oh, I
roast
know.
them, put them in a stew.
I learned, I just thought, since yesterday I could cook, and now magically I'm willing to cook.
I'll
Because
try
Now-
your
you're
hash
good.
brown.
They're probably
So-
just like undercooked and like a little.
I was gonna say, Tanzan, would you like me, or would you please make me a cooking check?
Okay.
I'll
Which-
say
which-
you're not proficient.
Is that just a d20?
We will do a d20 plus intelligence.
So I
did
rolled a
survive.
13 on the app, and then plus intelligence.
Yeah.
So 13 plus 1, so 14.
You know what? You start going and you're like, I'm just gonna put the potato in the pan with a bunch of butter, but it's like a solid uncooked potato, and you're like, wait. Take it out, and you cut the ever loving shit out of this potato. You get as close to diced as you can. Like, sure, they're a little misshapen. Like, you maybe have done some triangle potatoes as opposed to squares. And some is more like mashed. You just got really tired, and like maybe there's like the end that hasn't been cut.
Oh my god.
And
I
you're like,
will- Scoop.
but they are decent fried potatoes. Some are a little overcooked, but overcooked can sometimes be better than undercooked, especially when potatoes are concerned.
Crunchy. Reaches for the fish.
Why don't you eat vegetables?
What do you need vegetables for?
Potatoes a vegetable.
For multiple nutrients and vitamins and health.
Maybe to get us to eat meat too.
You get protein and then you get gout because you've got too much protein.
You realize I'm a carnivore, right?
Yeah,
Fairly
you-
exclusively.
Okay, so that's the only reason why you don't you don't embrace the human side of. It's just
I mean, those teeth were definitely made for meat.
okay. Well, that
I mean, there isn't really a human aspect. It's just all silky throughout.
so you're just a carnivore, and if it came down to it, if you had to pick between eating vegetables and our flesh, you would go for our flesh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
I hope it doesn't come down to it, though. I would assume you're dead first, though.
I don't know. What if you turn into a zombie?
Hmm.
Zombies are carnivores too.
They're cannibals.
I guess. I don't know enough about zombies to really comment.
Okay, that's fair. So we can lighten up a vegetable load a bit, but meat's so much more expensive.
It's alright.
Well,
I
then
can eat vegetables. I just don't really get much out of them, and they
we don't
just
really
give me
have to
real
worry
bad
about
poops.
buying meat because we've got a very capable fisher person. I've seen her in action.
We need to be around water and fishing places, and that's a little bit harder. And where we've been the last little bit, also, to be fair.
There's always, magical good berry rations. We'll make do.
Okay, but we're gonna update Lucy on everything we talked about last night, just in case
Oh,
it
yeah.
hits the fan.
Oh. Oh.
So update montage.
Did you get shorter?
Yeah, I shrunk.
I get it.
Yeah.
So how'd that happen?
We do an update.
Yeah.
Update montage.
Update montage.
The sky turns just a little bit.
Oh, and Shrub is here.
Was
Shrub's
his
here.
name Shrub? I thought his name was something else.
I asked last night, and they said their name is Shrub, so we are good. I'm gonna call them Shrub.
That's fair.
Name is Shrub the Bush.
So dumb.
Lou was supposed to be coming here too.
I know. I sent him a message.
He didn't say to Shrub when he was coming, so I don't know if you need to send Lou another message, but
I'm not really capable of sending any right now.
did you
Keep
seriously
an eye out.
you meditated for that entire time?
Yes. It's only 8 hours. It's nothing.
Oh, I mean, I would agree with you, but you also need to you know, because because it's not like you get to replenish that with.
And I didn't really want to waste any time, so I thought I would just do it while you guys were sleeping.
That's fair. Again, you can knock to come in or let me know. I'm a light sleeper.
It just didn't seem right to bother y'all. That's all.
Does Daffodil still have my dagger?
He does. I don't think you're getting it back.
Okay, well then I'll have to go shopping for the dagger.
Yeah, sometimes when you give him things, he doesn't give them back. It's like a thing, you know? But that's only a dagger. I think I have another one if you want one of mine.
Just if it comes down to it, but Daffodil's so cute.
Daffodil has definitely shoved Astra's dagger into his little baggie that's in Lucy's backpack.
He has his own special pocket.
Well, luckily, if it comes down to it, I have 2 scary arms and mentally capable pew pew. They're just everything I have is limited.
Can you enter people's waking minds and send them nightmares?
don't think so.
I've heard of magic that can do that, actually.
I'm trained against that. I can. That doesn't work.
If you're
on me.
trained against it, wouldn't you know how to use it?
Magic doesn't quite work that way.
I have no magic. Remember? I have daggers.
And mine.
Knowing how to do something, or knowing how to defend yourself from something doesn't necessarily mean you can do it. Most people take time to learn magic. I know you're an exception. Sorcerers.
Sylphus.
Rogatory.
Some of us have to go to school.
You know, I went to school. I learned how to walk like a lady.
Oh. Ladies walk a certain way.
Yeah. Like this. She like stands up and she's like, very regally
First
walking. She's like, "It was lovely to see you at my home today. Would you like some tea?" I'm just kidding.
I'm like, no. You spent too long on a ship to remember any of that.
Some things like they just, they stick. Just because I can do it doesn't mean it's me.
It's true. Now you just walk like Tanzan.
I just like walk like me.
Walk
Okay.
like you. Talk like
So
Let's say.
there is a rattle at the window.
It's the shrub.
There's definitely a very healthy looking bush
you.
that is kind of just bumping up against it, like
I open it up.
When you think it's going to be a bad guy, but it's a bush, but it ends up being a living bush.
and then you realize how tall these windows are. And underneath shrub is Lou holding him up.
We're like doing the Scooby-Doo look out the window.
Yeah.
See, my thing was like,
Ooh.
say anything when he's just like holding up the shrub. I said I was sorry.
That's when you hear Shrub, are they in there?
Can I even go to the window and just like open it up and stick my head out and be like, hey?
We're all looking out all the windows. I'm like,
There's
yeah,
like-
let's say windows, Astra.
There's only like this much space in the old window to like pull up and air out. And as soon as you do, it's like cold air blowing in.
Front door, please. It's unlocked.
Oh. And Lou just drops Shrub.
Be nice to shrub.
He just drops down. Doesn't
When
look
you drop
injured.
a cat.
Yeah. And he kind of takes a deep breath, kind of looks up just a tiny bit. Oh, good. I thought I was going to have to, claim in myself. And he kind of looks,
We could still make
cockeyed
him.
smile. Oh,
It'd be,
please
it'd
don't.
be real funny.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're all here. He looks worn. It's been a few days. He's got a series of coats on and a backpack that is stuffed full. But the bags underneath his eyes are telling that it's been a few long nights.
We'll always be twins.
Comes out, knocks on the front door, and when you don't answer it right away, he reaches up and knocks.
Does he knock and it opens on its own?
Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking bastard. Oh my god.
The knock spell?
Yeah.
Fuck.
As you do, it just like
You've gotten
like
lazier.
it's not lazy. It's called. Okay, maybe it's a little lazy. Steps inside, and he
Give him
goes
a big
in
hug.
straight for a hug. Yeah. It's good to see you, Lucy. It's good to see all of you as well.
You look horrible.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
He goes to like muss your hair and like push your hood down.
Stop it. No.
You're inside. Put your
Doesn't
hood
mean I
down.
want you to mess my hair up. Look how hard I worked on it. It's already a mess.
So apparently, Shrub is a terrible spy. As someone found him, he turns over and looks at Astra.
I would be a really bad spy if I couldn't. Be fair.
Just got you there.
Who's gonna look for a fucking bush in a forest?
A smart spy. She's gonna like pull at his like coats and
Yeah.
like check to see if his coat is still there.
It is, and it seems to have been like tied in places to the inside of the coat.
Good.
He pulls it closed. You can see just tucked inside is his small ledger book. That is complete. It's at least double the size that it was before,
I love that.
with small bits of paper tucked in. But it's now wrapped up in a silver chain.
It's alright, they know.
Hail, fellow outer worlder.
And his like he was looking pretty excited to see all of you, and then like the color drains from his face a little bit, and he grabs his coat and is just like looking at Lucy.
I am going to steal your soul.
I could have stolen that way earlier. I might have broken into your chest because you have really bad security.
What are you?
Some things have happened.
Seems.
Are you gonna tell us about your adventures?
I'm getting over the shock first.
You want some hash browns?
Got fish too.
Oh,
I
right.
could go
He's
for
not
some
gonna
fish and hash browns.
Do you eat vegetables? Do they make you sick?
Oh, I ate vegetables. Like you gotta keep up appearances. They got bad poops. Sometimes you gotta, clear the system out though.
I will plate him up some food and bring it over.
He comes walking straight in, and seeing as you're all there, and he hesitantly takes off his outer coat and keeps his silky coat on.
I start
It's
taking
like
food from his plate.
he
Eating it.
doesn't even bat an eye as he eats. Well, I'm glad you all made it. I didn't think we were going to be too far behind, but after looked like I was going to take a while down at the hole, I sent Shrub up just to keep an eye out for you.
I knew that's where you were.
I stopped off at home. Let everyone know that you're safe. or were that you were smart, or were they should be in later today. The whole village are coming to pay their respects.
Good.
But got some bad news. Couldn't do nothing down at the hole. I tried sneaking in. But you know what they've set up in the middle of the fucking standing stones?
What?
An encampment.
Why?
Because the hunters have decided that is the best place to put their new regiment.
Mm-hmm.
They apparently outgrew their lodge.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see why I was hesitant to try sneaking. Hesitant doesn't necessarily in this situation mean I didn't.
You wouldn't be you if you weren't a bit of a fool.
I'll give him a couple of drinks. You ditch the coat in a locked box, buried under the snow, with a
Like,
secure. They tend not to ask too many questions. You know, you eat some of those salads that people keep telling me about.
nope.
Nope.
My mentor tried. Mm-mm. We had a furbolg with us. He did make a mean salad, but boy howdy was it not good enough.
Never had druid stuff.
I love when Astra like outwardly is processing things.
But I went through and I took a look and I couldn't do much. They're not taken too kindly to anyone, really. As soon as they saw me book, they started asking about where I'd learned to do some of the things.
Hmm.
And the only thing that helped me get away was two wolves. As soon as I realized that I wouldn't be able to do much research, I tried leaving. And two wargs came out and
Does
started.
Lucy know what a warg is?
She would.
Okay.
Two wargs came out and started asking for help.
Mm-hmm.
I said to them that I could help them if they dealt with the hunters. Problem was, I didn't like the way they were looking at me. They said they would escort me to where one of their friends was hurt. But when I questioned them, they wouldn't tell me anything. Maybe they were just being cagey. But as they laid the distraction, I slipped back, dug out my coat, and took him to the Red Waters. I made my way out, came back here. But I know they're looking for me still. But they definitely attacked those hunters.
Sorry, but what's a warg?
Oh,
Oh, it's a giant beastly thing. It's like the size, if you took a horse and then made that a wolf.
Has he seen Mimi outside?
No, because he's come to the front door, not the back door.
Oh, so smaller than my friend.
Oh, Jojo.
No, no, no. She just looks outside, just looks to the back door, shrugs.
I think it'd be smaller than an hour bear. I think.
Yeah.
Right?
A what?
oh. We have an owlbear.
She's my friend.
I don't know what to say to that. Except for, why?
Why not?
There's a werewolf in the group.
What?
There's...
It's more like a werebear.
Is it werebear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A what
He's
bear?
been-
We
It's a bear that turns into a person and then back into a bear sometimes.
A were
Sometimes-
bear?
a half bear man.
So it were a bear, and it's a man?
No,
It was a man,
Thuso.
then it was a bear, and then it was a man bear.
And then it was
Thuso-
like,
It was a Thuso?
It's
Yeah.
Thuso.
Thuso
It's
were a
Thuso.
bear?
Thuso's a
Mhm.
werebear.
He can change into a bear, and he can become like a half bear man.
Like looking in, where's Thuso then?
That's a great question.
On an adventure for the snow.
he's enjoying himself, I think.
And your other friend, Joe?
He's doing some research
Building.
with a guy at a place.
You are just full of descriptions, aren't you? You definitely have been busy over the last couple of days. I wish I had more information than just what I gleaned from getting around.
Their encampment, where was it before and where is it now?
That
They used-
was. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
They had a lodge that they lived in, but now they're in the middle of the stones. The sanding stones that I think might be connected to your goddess. And I'll admit that's just an educated guess. I could be wrong.
And the hunters, as in the thing, this is me, not Astra, but like the
Yes,
The
it's the
racist
lodge
assholes-
members.
we dealt
Yeah.
with. Okay.
Mhm.
Xenophobic race. I don't know. The assholes. Okay. Okay.
If you had to estimate their numbers, what would you say they are now?
If I had to estimate their numbers, I'd say it's 74. As someone might have taken the time to recognize some faces and count them.
And those are the ones who are just there.
Okay, is more like an army?
we're not gonna go deal with that because we barely handled the 5 of them, the 4 of them.
You guys ran into some of the lodge members before.
I
Tanzin,
may. Okay.
Nope, Tanzin. Nope. That was your ship to steer. So please, captain us through the situation.
We did.
We did that together.
I'm glad you're still alive.
Like us in general.
Is there another type of use?
No.
Tanzan here took issue with a few
I threw a cup at
unsavory
their
types.
face and I insulted the size of their manhoods.
That's a
They
good way
didn't
to get
like
a
it.
beating.
They sure did.
Well then. Did any of them see your faces when you were done with them?
Well, I would say unfortunately, but I don't feel bad. So they're dead.
Oh. All of them?
All 5 of them.
One of them almost lived, but unfortunately he bled out before we could tend to him.
Lou gives you a look.
They were making slurs at my friends, and I didn't like that.
I see that. That's interesting. Well, I can't say that I'm not surprised, but I can't say it wasn't warranted. They've done terrible things. Kind of shakes it off. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Lou, question for you.
Right.
Shander Froth. Does it ring a bell?
One second. Pulls out his book. He goes and kind of unhooks the chain, whips it around, and the book kind of just leaps open by itself. And he kind of goes through it. Shander Froth, Shander Froth, Shander Froth. And it kind of flips through to the very end. Honestly, I can't say. Closes it and kind of wraps the chain back up before tucking it away. Doesn't ring a bell. Shrub said you were looking for some dwarf. I'm guessing that happened to be him.
Yeah.
It doesn't ring a bell. It's definitely not one of the people that I'm familiar with, and honestly, most of the people here I am. So if someone's not looking like they belong,
Well, a lot of people seem to think he does. And they've
Oh.
got it in their mind that he could make a good speaker.
and there's a problem with that. Town's kind of in need of one.
Give it a stranger. Doesn't sit well.
Well, if the townies like him, then not really ours to say. Why is there something wrong with him?
Well, he kind of committed a murder, maybe?
Oh, yeah, no, that's probably a problem.
I mean, also, like, It's also Icewind Dale, and a lot of people are criminals here.
You don't really come up to the Dale for a reason.
But I think it'd be within our best interest to get to know him.
Okay.
I'm gonna be one second.
I will keep an eye on him. And what else have you learned, Astra, about him? You seem to be the one taking up the interest in him.
It just had to do with a deal of sorts. Perhaps. He's wanted for murder.
Yeah, so you say. Or so has been said.
He was supposed to be traveling with the sheriff of Bryn Shandar, who never made it back to Bryn Shandar. But Shandar's off living his best life, apparently. And it was important for something that I've been super hyper focused on as player, but now I can't remember why.
So you're reading your notes, suddenly learning everything back again.
No, I'm also wanting to be like, can I ask Lou about the frickin' symbol?
Which one?
The sword with the triangle. I've just realized he could be my source of information.
Well, I'll keep an eye out, and then you're like, triangle sword.
Draw it out for him. I'm just kidding.
Oh, that he actually pulls out his book again, but this time takes like a deep breath, and he flips to the front and places his hand on the book. And as he speaks, he's whispering to himself in Sylvan. Saying, forgotten knowledge, please come. And the book doesn't move, but you can see the pieces of paper kind of like shift before he closes it and opens it to the middle of the book. And there is an actually ornate depiction of the sigil in the book. And he turns the book over to you. And there's only a small section there that he speaks, and his voice kind of echoes a little bit as he does. This is... Sorry, I thought I had the name for it. This is a symbol that belongs to the Knights of the Black Sword. They are a group that extends from the south to the north, all across of Faerun. Many people are members of this. And then his voice kind of settles back in to just him. But beyond that, I don't know much information. I've seen it a few times.
Knights of the Black Sword?
Yep.
That ring any bells?
You can roll a history check and find out.
Guidance.
Do I roll 1d?
D&D Beyond was paying off earlier.
History?
Yep.
So 18 plus 2 for 20 plus 4 with guidance is 24.
Shit.
Well, hot damn.
Dope.
Thank you, D&D Beyond. Thank you for recognizing that my real dice are failing me.
You would know that they are a secret society that exists across a Faerun, and while not at odds with the Harpers, they are more in line with some of the darker movements. They have been seen at sites of rescuing people from disaster, always coming in the nick of time.
Last minute hero kind of situation.
Yeah.
Whereas like the Harpers are more like sneaky.
The
I don't know.
Harpers are protectors of knowledge.
Okay.
Like, Harper's would be, they know what's going on behind the scenes and they're working actively behind the scenes to fix and realign, whereas the Knights are like,
Beat your face in?
frontline,
The Knights are
frontline.
more. The Knights are more like they arrive to give aid, and then people who they aid tend to become members of the society. The few
Like-
that
Like the
survive.
Grey Wardens without the criminals.
The Inquisition.
More like people who would be criminals reforming and joining them. They never tend to have very good people joining them.
I feel like a lot of that sounds like the Grey Wardens.
Without the like life-ending disease. Terminal illness. They're not squeaky clean.
Yeah, but neither are we.
They're more like a blood-rusted blade than you guys. Why, have you seen any of them?
She'll just hug Lou. She will just hug Lou. This has been
Oh.
bugging her the entire. Thank you.
He looks surprised that he's being hugged by, if anyone, Astra. But he leans in and gives you a hug on the back, and I'm glad that I could help you.
Okay. Okay, and remind me, I don't know if Astra knows about Hogan and the stone that he was wearing. I know about that. Astra knows about that.
Astra's the one who sees the vision, so she would
Yeah.
have seen that.
That's the sign that Hogan was wearing.
Hogger?
That's where Hogger.
Hogar?
It's got an H and a W, so I'm
Holder?
not surprised. Hwagger.
Hodor.
H.
Dude with an H in his name.
which matches what Atron had and was wearing. So that's a connection point I needed.
Her mental corkboard.
That means that their headquarters is probably... Okay. We have too many things to deal with and fucking... You just might have reunited me with my own brother, who I thought was dead. So thank you, Lou. Thank you.
You got a brother.
I have a twin brother, yes.
Oh, well,
Have you seen him? He looks exactly like me.
I can't say I have. And he gives you, Astra, a long look and is honestly trying. No, I can't say I have. I'd try harder, but and then you like see him clutch the book. I'm just, I can't say I honestly have.
I know where he is and stuff now, but I thought maybe I could get a little bit of a...
So your brother's a black swordsman?
Probably got recruited. If he also ended up here the same way I did, he just had somebody different find him.
Are they like an order of knights, or...?
No.
Okay.
Alex, Astro. Textbook thesis explaining that you all have notes on anyway, so I'll just blah, 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 blah.
Oh. So it's like you, but not you?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, we've got a lot of secret societies in this continent, don't we?
So many.
So, I guess what we have to sit here and think about is, what are we gonna do? Do we go get peace for the lady? Do we dare do it with...
You mean for the Ma?
Yeah, no, well, I mean, the old lady, she asked us to go...
Ours mom,
Fine.
you mean?
Find her son? Like Hogar's mother?
You're talking about the old lady with the eye patch.
We need to get the obsidian thing.
Oh, peace like P-I, not P-E-A. I. We know a lot of little old ladies.
Oh, there's a lot of old ladies.
A lot
They
of
tend to
old men.
outlive old men.
It's true.
Look at Gran.
She's
We have-
outlived a fair number of men.
We either deal with that, we can meet up with Jameson. We've gotta...
Do you want to go to Caer Dineval and ask them about your brother?
I know where my brother is, and he's probably
I understand.
dead.
You would know. And the fact that you want to keep finding him means he isn't.
Or maybe I just want to find his body so I can...
Well, whatever we find, if there's people out there who are part of his society, they might be helpful. Maybe they can help us also get the ship. If the mead doesn't pan out, I mean.
The mead.
Well, I am going to take some mead. Somehow. I'm not going to steal it, but we'll figure it out.
Oh. definitely something we can ask them a little later tonight, or a little later today.
Who's in charge now?
I don't know. But I know who's going to find out. Speaking of which, I'm going to go let everyone know it's safe to come in.
Okay.
I'll be back in half an hour. I hope you're ready. He gets up, puts his hand on Astra's shoulder, and gives her a slight nod. And pulls his coat over, does it up real tight,
Like, help him.
put up, and heads off, heading towards the northeastern direction of town.
Lucy just kind of looks at you, Ale. Where did you say you got the crystal from again?
We told you. We bought it.
I wanted to clarify, because you said you explained it in a montage, but did you explain, like, the process of getting the crystal? To
Not like
chaos
she
form?
did to Tanzan, she's like more like how they told Astra.
But did you say you pooped out a chaos crystal?
No.
This is important.
No.
So you didn't say you ate it and it passed through you? I just really wanted to know. I had jokes in my mind. I needed to know if I could say them.
We should maybe move that crystal to a place where it maybe won't touch the
You
energies.
mean this could get bigger?
I mean, I don't think putting it like. Okay, so here's my reasoning, right? Like any sort of corrupted crystal we've heard about so far has been wrapped up, or with like the werebear that we met, or the lady purified it. I don't think leaving it in a bag is going to lessen its power to corrupt people if they happen to pass by our stuff. I feel like it's powerful enough to affect them, so I'd rather keep it on my person because I'll just stay away from people versus having them affected by me like touching them, because that's what it was, I think, right? Is like a physical connection.
That
when
or
they were playing.
proximity? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, so I just don't like to leave it alone because I wouldn't want someone to, whether they were trying to steal from us or they just got curious, to be reacted to it. Whereas like I'm not affected by it.
Well,
I was just saying because you didn't say if you've taken it back from its hiding spot because you hid it away and it's not on your person. So it's on you now?
Yeah, it's always been on my person. Always. It's just wrapped up in my coat.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood that then.
I know that certain magics can't get through varying thicknesses of stone and wood. Maybe if we put it in a thick enough box?
Well, Astra could see it from outside, she said, right? You did tell us that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe
But this
there's
building's
actually-
only made of wood.
I mean, perhaps that's something that we get from. Would Ugali know, with living with like her magical family, if there are any substances that would be best to contain certain magical items or magical things?
That would be a Arcana check.
Ooh, I'm kind of good at that. Sort of.
That is the face of a woman who did not roll well.
I rolled a 9 and I have +5.
14.
Thank you. 14.
You're welcome.
It's not bad.
You go through and what Lucy has been saying about the density of objects is pretty on the nose. You would be thinking, if you only had a stone chest, you'd probably do well, or a metal box, probably a little heavier metal, not like tin.
Well, if we could find a stone box or like a good thick metal box, I think it would work. That generally would be okay, I think.
Yeah. I think that. Excuse me. Whew. Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy.
Exhaustion.
I think, didn't the lady have like a box? A metal box? Anyway, stay away from my godchildren, please.
Yep. Will do.
Good. Can't hear you, Astra.
I'm not saying anything.
I thought you.
No.
Ah!
So yeah, I guess we've got to determine the next thing to do after family visit, which if it's dealing with Shander or going to one of the 50 locations we had picked out. But I guess think about it while we entertain and survive Lucy's family.
Maybe we should just like leave the building then.
It's really cold out.
I know,
Oh.
but
Ah! As did you say that, Tanzin remembers that her animals are outside and she hasn't actually fed them yet. Doesn't say a word, picks everything up, and just hauls ass outside.
That's fair.
Feed this bird a potato.
You guys want some potatoes? I made some potatoes.
Okay, so here's a few important things to know about good meat. Right? When you meet somebody new, and I know we haven't done it yet, things were a little strange when we got here because they all know me. But when you meet some of my people, you have to take your hand and you have to do this when you say hello. Okay?
Inside check.
Can I also roll an insight check?
You're outside.
I will allow Lucy to make a deception check.
Oh, wow.
And everyone else can roll insight who's in the room.
it just went all over. It went out of the tray.
That's enough. Oh, what did I get? I got
Face.
Oh, I'm a D8, not a D10.
D8, not a D10.
18.
I rolled an 8, guys.
Oh. 14 without it. I thought you rolled high.
I rolled
need
less
to-
than
I rolled
that.
so bad.
14.
I rolled a 2 plus 5.
It's a good thing you're outside.
Yeah.
Followed by a clockwise turn, then the opposite of clockwise.
Counterclockwise.
I fucking forgot. Counterclockwise turn, and then a very deep bow. You have to maintain distance so that when you do the bow, you don't hit the head of the other person.
We'll tell Tanzin that. Tanzin's kind of our spokesperson, so.
You have to
culturally
tell Tanzan she's outside.
Yes, well, let
Wait.
Tanzan take over the greeting since she's the most charismatic of us.
I think you're right.
Alrighty. As you prepare,
I show Tanzan the greeting.
Lucy, for some reason, can't stop laughing while she's doing it.
I rolled a 21 on that one, so.
You're like, okay. Not sure if true, but the half hour passes, and there's a very familiar sound to you ringing out, Lucy. It's a small bell that your mother started to use when the shipments were coming in from when they were bringing in trade to announce that everyone was coming in. And it was originally used just on market day, but it became a somewhat informal way to announce that a large group of people were coming into town, of your people. And that soft ringing of the bell is coming from the northeastern side of town. Not everyone is out on the streets for it, but as the few hours have trickled by of the morning, many people are out and getting ready for the day. But coming down the trail with hand-pulled sleighs is your family. Everyone else would see the collection of coats matching Lucy's, the same style, done in ornate, small scrimshawed trinkets hanging to personalize across. A few of the elders are actually on some of the sleighs being pulled in, bundled in, now ancient, and looking like they probably shouldn't be out in the cold. But they seem to be enjoying themselves somewhat. At the front, there's a small collection of what you would say are probably guards, but they're more that Lucy would know are just some of the head fishers. Walking in front with Lou kind of hanging behind them, not necessarily walking in front. But definitely someone Lucy recognizes kind of walking in and directing people. And it's your mother. The family resemblance is uncanny. And Lucy's mother looks to be in her early 40s. Hair pulled back, done in a single braid down as she's pointing through and talking to a collection of people. The same face with dark eyes. They're all speaking in the same Sylvan language, which I don't believe anyone except for Lucy can hear, and it's your mother is giving them directions. All right, make sure that all of the dried goods are stored over there. I know that Rainsborough's home has been set up. We can use it for storage. Get the elders in there. They can warm up before we're sitting here and give final rites. Oh, make sure that you give the shipment of and continues on until Lou sees you guys. He reaches over and pats your mother's shoulder. Kind of points to you. And your mother looks, and she's got this kind of business like face on until she goes and sees you and goes, and there's a moment of smile coming to her lips as she too takes a breath and gives a little wave, and then immediately back to business, telling people where to go. And they break off. And not running, but walking quickly. She clears her throat a little bit, and in her best common, now what do we have here? It seems a star has fallen from the sky and landed here right in front of my very eyes. She goes in and gives you a hug.
I give
a
her,
kiss.
I give her a tight hug,
Yep.
and then as I pull back, I kind of clasp her by the back of the neck and like press my forehead against hers.
She goes down, does the same. A long moment before she pulls up. Just smiling. I'm so glad you're home.
Me too.
She kind
These are
of
my
reaches.
friends.
She like is reaching out to hold Lou's hand too while she's. But then as you, these are my friends. She, oh, hello. I'm Mary. Mary Fisher person. She reaches her hand out to grasp all of yours and shakes it in turn. And you're my
Zastra.
Astra. Pleasure.
Yuale.
Yale.
This is Hansen.
Dinsen. Pleasure.
And that's Mimi.
She waits as Tanzin does this. Do you do the full spin around in the deep bow?
You know, Lucy told me to, but I didn't have a reason to not believe Lucy. So
So as you start doing it, she goes, oh, and you can see
I just look at
she
Lou.
goes, and then spins around and does a very deep bow. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the customs of the South, but
sorry, I thought these were. Are these not your customs?
Southerners, ma. I don't know what to tell you.
well,
I look at Lucy so betrayed.
And I just look at Lou, and I just start laughing.
she's a trickster, that one. And then you're like, and here's Mimi, and she's like, oh, why? I thought that was just a very white cow.
This is my friend. Our friend.
That is the strangest thing I've seen all day.
Just wait.
Oh, oh. I cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Mimi, do you want to play a joke?
Mimi just kind of looks at you and maybe.
can you go up to Lou and like look like you're going to attack him, but then just play dead?
Yeah. And
Wait. Let me get on
Oh.
the back first.
waits. You climb up, and everyone's kind of like looking around. And then let's see how well. Okay. As soon as Tansen's on the back of Mimi, Mimi fluffs up all of her feathers and lets out a horrible screech and like
Oh god.
rips into the ground and runs the solid like 10 feet. And everyone starts to panic. All of the fishers like are pulling out spears and they're running over, and then jumps midair and flops on its back. Hansen, you are now being
Dramatic.
smothered by a owlbear.
Is that an insight check?
Uh,
I don't even
They
know.
rolled 19, so but then little chicken legs, twitch, 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 with its bird tongue, and
Also
everyone
gonna
else is like, there's a
Just-
moment.
Maybe. Stop playing dead now.
just look at Tanzan.
Rolls over.
Ta-da!
I thought she'd be stuck under there forever.
At that moment where almost the entire town that is around is dead silent, you can hear the tiniest heartful laughter coming from the back of the pack.
I'm gonna go. I want to know who that is, and they're gonna be my friend.
You see, walking up, leading a bunch of kids, all in their little snowsuits, is a older woman. Not quite hunched, but the weight of the world has been trying, but unsuccessfully, to hold this woman down. You can see the laugh crinkles in her eyes and the smile impishly curling up on her lips. And you recognize the face. Again, it must be one of the Fisher persons. And with a bit of a struggle, but still quite good common. That was very funny. She reaches up, claps her shoulder. Her hair, silvered, but done up just nicely, resting with a slight necklace of scrimshaw beads, with a nice kind of faded blue coat. Faded blue coat underneath of her heavier coat. She looks to be in like her 80s, maybe 90s. But it does not move like that. She turns back, and to the kids, she starts speaking in the language that you don't understand. It's too far away. And the kids kind of all like nod and listen and start chittering back. My name is Sasha. She holds her hand out. Who are you? Who are you?
I very me. Is it me?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So Tanzin's like, I am Tenzin Steelheart. Very properly this time because she doesn't want to screw up again.
Like
Lucy just gives Lou a look.
like the metal?
Yes, like the metal. My mother's name is Steel Star. So
Oh. Well, you definitely live up to your name. You got a
I like
heart.
you.
She like pumps you on the chest. Now, if you'll excuse me, and she like hands you one of the kids as like, not like, eh. Here, have a baby, but just like hands you one of the kids' hands, and then speaks in Sylvan. Follow along with them. They'll lead you somewhere fun, and then like just walks away.
Come on, Mimi, we'll follow these children.
As they're like all staring at the owlbear, and everyone else is like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm just like, "Our kids don't understand what's going on. It's good for them to have a bit of fun today." As she like wanders up to the front, kind of making her way.
We'll just start playing in the snow with the kids. Be gentle, Mimi. We don't want to hurt them. Playfully.
As like her beak is over top of one of their skulls.
Gran.
Comes up. Might as
That's
well
my
st-
friend Tanzin.
Oh, I should have known.
These are my other friends. This is Astra and Yale.
That's a pleasure. I'd introduce my friends, but sadly, the one we came here doesn't seem to be wanting to get up right now. She will go through and like shake all of your hands, but then also like goes up and she kind of takes Lucy's coat and like adjusts it and boops her nose.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trying to look cool in front of my friends. Don't embarrass
You're
me.
cool. It's
Oh.
Icewind Dale.
Alright. I walked into that one.
Now, Mary will get up and, well, we do have got a lot going on for the celebration. Lucy? Lou? I need you to get going and help these people out. I mean, just because it's a celebration for someone's passing doesn't mean that we don't have to get the work done. And she just immediately tells you where to go and to start helping out and starts going, so you're friends.
Bye. It's just Lucy goes.
Yeah.
No arguments here.
I'm going to need your help too. I promise you there's a good meal in it for you.
Us?
Yes, you too, the one I'm talking to. One's already on babysitting duty. You any good with cracking ice?
we usually leave that for Lucy to do, but
Oh, she's going to be busy building a boat.
you could
Now,
have
which
built
of-
us a boat this entire time. We don't. Oh,
From a distance. I don't really know how.
And she like goes through and gives you guys like picks. We've got a ship that we got to launch. So we got to at least about 500 feet or so. We fine? Oh, it's easier after the first 100 feet. You two look plenty strong.
Insight check because I look weak as fuck.
Oh, she knows. But sheer muscle. Your body's on the water. Either that or helping cook.
I'm good with cooking.
I'd much rather cook.
Everyone always wants to cook after you hand them the pick.
I can
Wonderful! You can
pick.
go in and help.
Guilty. Start.
And then you're off. And the next half of a day, 5-6 hours, is preparing everything. A lot of the villagers are very familiar with the people of Goodmead. And as soon as they arrive, lots of the group comes out and they begin to intermingle. Friendships are laughed about, tears are shared, and in turn, people are heading over to the shrine. But they come out and begin preparing everything. A raft is constructed and filled with the kind of facade of a boat. While as much dead wood and oil that can be found are drenched on the bottom, and people are in and out of the Rainsborough homestead. Many things taken, placed on the boat, and the ice is cleared away after about like 100 feet from the edge of the water. It's much thinner. It's cleared out. And a set of logs and ropes are tied to the raft. There is plenty of food, and these people tend to know how to make all kinds of food, not just fish. But their fish is fantastic. And you can see all the kids like kind of crowding around a little closer to lunchtime. And some of the cooks are sneaking the kids' fish as they themselves are sneaking a taste. But they're definitely trying to make sure no one's paying attention. Night continues as it is unending, but it seems that the wind and the snow has taken the day off. It's cold, and many are crowding around small fires set out to warm the hands and the hearts of everyone. Near noon, little afternoon, when normally the sun would just be beginning to set, all the fun activity dies down, and people are gathered in to the shrine. Where are my notes? Sorry, I've got like 4 different places.
You look so cozy, Jenny.
Kentergill steps out and gives somewhat of a final rites, not noting anyone in particular, but speaking on all of the good things that Kendrick has done. How he allied not only the fishing village, but also anyone who came in, he was always a friend to. His home was always open for passersby. Even if they weren't necessarily the nicest, they always had a home there. He was also a fierce warrior, having survived after Dogan's Hole and Goodmead were at war for a period. And it is sad how he finally fell, protecting the things that are most dear to the town of Goodmead. He doesn't go into detail, but everyone does slowly pull the shroud, showing him there in his finest armor, set with leathers inlaid with shapes depicting the great giants of old, facsimiles of runes done up and stitched into the leather and hide. And lastly, as they present him Sasha, Lucy's grandmother, steps up and takes the spear. She says, in common, loud enough for anyone to hear, "All right, old friend. I guess you're heading off first." But can't say I'm surprised. You're always thick-headed. And then, reaching over, she lays her head on his and whispers, well, not whispers, softly says, "Solsmek der Ernafak," which is, to anyone knowing Sylvan, safe travels, many blessings, and may the higher powers guide your way home. Before she steps back, leaning on the spear, goes, "But I am going to take this one home with me. You never gave it back." And the body is lifted up by a number of members of town and carried out before they are set on the raft and pushed out. And it's dragged out along the edges of the water before finally they pull and the ship begins to slow down. And then as it sits for a moment, there's something that most of you might miss as the raft continues. Slight turbulation in the water. once it's just at the very farthest speck, you can see it light. And then throughout the entire evening, this fire burns, just like a star in the sky.
Lucy just holds her brother's hand.
Lou clasps, not grasps.
Leans her head against his much taller shoulder.
Does the awkward, tall sibling thing.
I'm very sad.
The night continues. In this perfect evening. Even the crows that were set along the shrine, while there, remain silent, just watching quietly. The wind, non-existent. And just for the briefest of times, you swear you could see an old woman sat at the edge of the woods. But when you blink, it's gone. But we will say at 4 p.m. on the 12th day of Hammer, the ceremony has finished. And people are starting to kind of whip each other up. There are many tears being shed. Now that it seems that it's finally done. He has been laid to rest. And that's when Olvesa, after things are finished, turns to some of the other hunters in town. This wakeful period of mourning is finished. We need to get what he died for back. And then some of the other hunters kind of nod and they kind of start talking about how just off to the side, you can all hear this. Once the loggers are back in and safe, they'll send out some people into the forest proper. That's more overheard by everybody, so if anyone would like to interact, you're more than welcome to.
Just gonna listen.
Okay.
Nonchalantly.
Yeah, I want to listen and figure out if I can tell they're talking about an object or something.
I don't know if I'm still with the children or if I've left the children.
You are welcome to do as you please.
I think at this point, Tanzan is still with the children and has now learned their names.
Can't say
A lot of
shit.
A lot of them really want to go swimming. And then they're like, no, I don't want to go swimming. It's too cold.
They're so dumb.
And that's a lot of the parents actually are like crowding around, and they're like, we don't know what to do with Tanzan being here. And it's like, no, you can't do that. You'll have to wait till we go home. I mean, and then like switching
You-
into Sylvan.
Do you want to go swimming? We can go swimming. You can go swimming. I don't. Why
Tenzin is-
not?
Tenzin is a terrible babysitter.
She's like, Lucy goes in the water. I don't see why they can't go in the water.
As it is -50 outside. Now, Ulvessa says, I gotta get out notes. I'm sorry.
Trying to remember who Ovessa is.
Ulvessa was the.
Is she the woman we talked to?
Yeah, she's the Cooper.
Right.
She's the one who's been running everything in Railsborough's stead. As soon as Fef gets back, he said he was tracking the beast. Should be in the forest somewhere. You can't move that much stuff very quickly.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Yeah.
Not to be an eavesdropper, but you said you're looking for a beast?
Yes. I was hoping to get some of the fishers to help out, but when I asked them, they said they were heading back to the village pretty soon. Kendrick. Did anyone tell you how he passed?
Not very specifically.
Well, it's been a hard few years. And we've only been able to make one shipment in about 1.5 years. Lucy, you would know that they usually make shipments every 4 to 6 months. And
This monster has been in your way?
not in the way. It took us a long time. The bees, the flowers, everything. It was all coming against us, and we finally managed, after 1.5 years of carefully brewing, we had 5 barrels. For those who aren't understanding the imperial system, as I had to double check up, a barrel is about 254 pints.
Is that a lot or not a lot?
That's like 1 pint is about half a liter.
Think like barrels of like rum in like a pirate would be like a barrel, like a big
Yeah.
barrel.
But it's like, not like the underarm, that's actually a quarter keg, but a barrel, that would be enough to give every single person in IceWind Dale a drink.
That speaks more to how few people there are in this fucking town.
There are, like, it would be thousands of people satiated by this. This would be the same that would set people up all year. And normally they ship it out, and then it's gone to Bryn Shander and East Haven, and then not only distributed to 10 towns, but also across the world.
Also, it's like 125 liters.
Yeah.
Because I just did the math.
And we didn't think anything of it. We just sent the regular shipment. We had teams of dogs. And not too far from town, they were attacked. We're no stranger to the Verbergs. We know that they live in the forest. And as long as we've kept to ourselves, they've kept to themselves. But one came and not only killed the driver, but took all 5 barrels. As soon as it happened, Kendrick ran out. He said maybe I can convince him to give it back. Maybe he'd have to kill him. I know it's been hard times. We tried to send people out with Kendrick, but he was just... no one could keep up. By the time they arrived, he was there, slain. We've been in mourning since, wanting to give time to honor him. But we have fought tooth, nail, and this mead is the blood of the town. We kept everything the same. We didn't want things to change. We didn't ask for payment beforehand. We can't afford this. We can't afford another year and a half to make more mead before we can do anything. Our people are hungry. Many of the families are talking about moving, heading north to the larger towns.
Come with me.
All right.
And
Olessa,
Lucy's gonna just
Thank you.
lead her into the mead hall. Show her the trees.
She is astounded. This is amazing. Maybe we can stoke the fires. We haven't smelt flowers. It'll take time. Maybe we can survive. Did you do this?
Not alone.
You and your friends?
You know, I've been gone a while. And I learned a few very interesting tricks. Those people taught me how to create life. Even when the night is terrible and dark, everybody can rely on stars to take their way where they need to go.
little bit of the frustration of the last few weeks seems to hit her. And she reaches up and pushes away a few tears before they can freeze on her face.
Are you sure he went alone?
He said he couldn't wait. He led clear tracks. They followed him to a small opening in the woods where they found him laying dead. I've sent one person to range out that way and see if they can pick up the trail of the Verberg.
Did you find him yourself?
No, the party, the hunting party that went out, brought him back.
Who was the party?
Our regular hunters that head out into the woods, gathering game if they can. Sometimes they look for areas that we can direct the loggers to that are safe. Why?
I just would like to know the nature of his wounds and how he died. If I could speak to somebody who saw his body before it was readied for rites, it would be helpful.
Sure, we can find the person who tended to his body. It might be into their cups by now, but we've kind of been. If we pushed the hives anymore, we would have lost everything.
There's always another way. Um, don't get me wrong for asking, but obviously you've got a good head on you and you've been working hard to keep things running smoothly.
Someone had to step up.
Might I ask why anybody else is possibly being considered to take the speaker position?
Oh, I don't necessarily want it.
That makes you a great candidate then, doesn't it?
Maybe.
Don't maybe me, Olvessa.
It doesn't mean that I can't do it. But if all of the loggers side, they'll have their representative. There's more of them there than us keepers. So that's just the way it is. Hendrik was a logger. They've got the control and vote. And honestly, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. It's still can't have maybe it's just he's new. Maybe that's why I'm not necessarily trusting him.
He doesn't know these people like you do. He
No,
hasn't spent his life here.
maybe I'll just sit him down and have a talk first. Still, I'm I'm going to be sending out the trackers once Fef gets back
Hmm.
because while we can survive, I know the people of Icewind Dale are thirsty.
Aye. Meat fetch is a very good price right now, so.
We didn't want it to, but I guess since the stars have aligned.
You're worse than my Gran.
Who do you think I learned it from? Now, what is everyone else doing besides tending to children and with having overheard most of this? Did you follow along? Did you speak? Did you want to speak with?
What
didn't-
I'm not. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Virginia.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what was it Werebear, the monster that they mentioned? I couldn't
No,
quite hear.
Verberg.
Verberg.
Verberg. Or it might be Verbeeg. Verbeeg. My apologies.
I know
V-
Lucy knows what those things are, but
Yeah.
Brittany doesn't know.
That would be the only question, like, once Lucy's like, yeah, like, could we see the wounds? Dolly be like, I'm sorry, excuse me, what's a Verbig?
It's
Like,
Verbeeg. My apologies. I was
Verbig?
adding an extra R. Lucy, you would describe a Verbeeg as a type of giant that have look like incredibly oversized humans with long, gangly limbs and elongated faces. They kind of have, they're a little grotesque. While some might consider hill giants to be the typical giant, these giants are intelligent. They've been known to keep small herds of animals, to craft their own wares. And there's even some stories of people trading uh, in Goodmead, trading honey for cheese with a Verbeeg. But that's always given with a slight, don't actually try it, this is a story. And just for those, since we have pictures,
Oh my god, I found that one.
that, by the way, is a cow.
It looks like a goat.
Oh,
I thought it was a dog.
Ooh. Oh my god, it's like a big ass cow, isn't it? Like the.
yeah.
Oh god.
A goat would be like a cat to them.
I do remember in my notes that I wrote down something about giants.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't know if you've changed something, so I'm just gonna roll with what you're saying.
No, it should be the same.
Okay. Because if I remember correctly, they were like all at peace, and now they're not for some stupid reason.
They were at peace, yes.
Yeah. Also, who's Fef?
Fef is one of the quote unquote rangers of the town. His full name is Fef Maureen. He's a trapper that works out in the woods mostly, but he does come into town to make trades and does have a home there.
I also want to know if Olvesa is being straightforward and if she's like leaving anything out. Not necessarily in a bad way, just in a like doesn't want to mention something for politeness sake or something.
Roll a insight.
13. It's
Okay.
almost a 1.
As far as you can tell, she isn't leaving anything out, or if she is, she doesn't know she is. Now, Astra, you had also had a question before.
Oh, I was just gonna say it like they know what killed him, but they're acting secretive like they don't. But they know it was this thing.
More that they were told that he was killed, and there's a lot of scuttlebutt about the wounds. But
Who found the body? The hunters did, they said?
the hunters, once they caught up, yes.
This is in the head, not out loud to the group, but I'm probably reaching really far. But you don't think Mr. Shanderfroth had anything to do with this to get the keeper out to put himself in that position to strengthen other people?
Is that not what people do?
It's kind of a long con. It's something I wouldn't put past
A
never an N guy whose name I always forget.
Daenerys Maxendalar.
Yep,
Well,
Mr.
I
N.
mean, when did Shanderfroth come to the town and when did the keeper die? I think it'd be interesting to see how much the two overlap.
Vesa kind of is like looking around. He's been here for.
That was in the head to the group, like with the.
Oh, okay. Did you make a connection, Astra? I thought the hand on head was the conversation you were having before.
Oh, I keep forgetting this. So what we gotta
Yeah.
do to say out of character.
You're muted.
In character, out of character. Out of character, in character, out of character. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So it was a
Then, in character.
out of character. Yeah.
Probably around the time of like, hey, the loggers have power, blah 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 blah. If Mr. Shanderfroth has the best chance, and he's newer to the community, you said, like, how new?
He's been back and forth for a few months, but it finally settled here with the loggers since we needed the hands.
And when did he go missing with the Bryn Shendar sheriff? A couple months ago?
Yeah.
And Kenneth, or the speaker, died a week or a month ago?
It was like 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks, okay.
In her head. There's a lot of bad blood between Duggan's Hole and Goodmead. And we know the Targos speaker, I'll never get his name,
Nerith.
Nerith, is very wrapped up with Duggan's Hole. I wouldn't be surprised if he did something to get Kendrick murdered. It'd be awfully terrible of him. I don't know how he'd benefit if a man he's trying to kill becomes speaker. That's the part that loses me a bit.
Well,
Makes
and
sense
again,
right up until you're like, but you're supposed to kill this guy, so.
mentally as well. Well, wouldn't it be strange that they didn't like, part of our group because we had dwarves in it? wouldn't it be odd for them to promote a dwarf if they're in league with him? Like, they
What?
got mad at Tanzan, the group we fought, remember?
What's that?
Ah, it's because I'm a filthy half breed.
But it's more like Dogan's hole is being manipulated by this guy.
I know, but would they choose a dwarf is what I'm asking. Would they choose a dwarf to be their ally in this scenario if they hate other people so much?
I think they only know about Nerith and not about everything else Nerith is doing.
Oh, I see.
Does that
He's
make
working
sense?
with this hand, and this hand's attached to this hand, but this hand doesn't know what this hand is doing.
I really like the idea that Tanzan is doing this, but
But with
without
mittens on.
speaking. And there's like a person standing in front of us, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they have taken the kids away. As you're
Oh,
like,
you're like in a different part of the room.
You
You're
just see like
ridiculous.
hands and
And none of us can see your hands.
what are you thinking, Astra? You look contemplative.
I'm stupid because I can't figure half this shit out.
You're not stupid.
We're missing a piece. And I think we're gonna find it. I think we're just missing something.
Wait, okay, hold on. Player talk, not Astra talk. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
if a Verbeeg decided to randomly go after and attack, and this does have a relation to Nerith and Dogan's Hole, if you're going to change somebody's personality that much, either the Verbeeg's being threatened in a really bad way as well, so like
Mhm.
you have to deal with that, or it's a chaos stone because these fucking things are keep popping up randomly, or not a chaos stone, but like whatever the thingy is.
I'm leaning more towards the threat one. We need to figure out why the Verbeeg stole the mead in the first place.
I agree completely.
And
I
also,
think
like,
definitely,
they've had a
Dogan's-
history of peace for decades, so.
it definitely has to do with Dolgan's Hole, I think, and probably, I don't know. I feel like I'd want to know. I definitely would want to. The ceremony did involve them putting his body out to rest, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I would definitely want to. It's too bad we didn't like sneak a peek at night and like actually check what the wounds are.
You know. And it's the kind of thing that would be like smart meta wise, but also like for Lucy, he's a friend and wouldn't want to
Oh
desecrate
yeah.
his body. So
Raleigh was like, "Why would I disturb a poor man's dead body?"
yep, exactly. You're like, oh, why can't we be worse people?
I'm like, I already did my terrible thing, so
One terrible thing per town.
But,
I don't want people to see the eyes, but if I can see Kendrick's spirit floating around, maybe if he stayed behind to give a hint or something, maybe?
why not look?
Where are you looking?
His body went off to the forest. I'll look in the forest.
I like that.
Like go to the edge of it, like
Yeah.
Astrid leaves.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Olvesa, we're just going to assume this has all been going on in the background and it happens instantly since it's at the speed of thought. You just all like are quiet for like one beat and then Astra leaves.
That's so creepy.
Astra. Do you turn the eyes on as soon as you leave or as you're walking out? Like once you're at the edge of the forest?
as I'm walking out.
Okay. You are walking around and you just come out and you like throw the eyes on, just like kind of hiding your gaze. And standing there about 30 feet away from the mead hall is Sasha, leaning on the spear, cup of mead in her hand, probably more than she really should have. but you've got your eyes on. And her aura's glowing. Her coat tucked underneath. And then the spear is alight. No, no, no. I come looking for my granddaughter to see why she's tucked in here. And I see someone whose eyes are as dark as the sky, rushing off to the edge of, she looks over, the woods. What are you looking for?
That's Sasha? And I understand her. She's not speaking in Sylvan.
Yeah, she's speaking common.
Is it morbid of me to say I was looking for a dead person?
Not at a funeral.
The spirit of a dearly departed friend?
Oh, I sent that on its way a long time ago.
Damn
Here, help me. Walks over. And just is like, it's nice. She is not having any difficulty moving at all, but she's still telling you to help her.
it. Yeah. Good. Okay, Is it in this? I mean, if he's gone, and the spear is glowing and giving off the juju.
Oh, his spear's glowing. Huh. And she like wings it on the ground. I thought it was a pointy stick.
It's that too. You're not wrong. I will not discredit you for that. You're not wrong. Are there like magic? Don't have Lily. I am not Lily. Is there like a possession going on within the spear? Or is it just magic vibes it's giving off?
It's just got a very strong aura. You've seen possession, and it doesn't seem to be doing that. She's leading you back into the meat hall. And as she walks in, she goes, "Oh," and she like dips a hand in front of your eyes. Bright lights in here. Can you get the door, please?
Is it unlocked?
Yep. It was unlocked when you left. She
Just
she walks inside. And you guys are kind of still crowding around, having this quick conversation. She goes, "Excuse me, Miss Utapor." Olvesa kind of turns. "Uh, What's this I hear about you asking some of the fishers to come out and track down a beast in the woods?" And she, you know, just asking for help. "Oh, I see what you're doing. I see exactly what you're doing." She kind of like walks up and kind of shoves the tankard into her hands. "What you're doing is screwing up a perfectly good funeral, looking to kill some more." She kind of, what you need to do is finish your cup. Oh, I put the good stuff in. Don't worry. He's like, go on. And as she's doing this, Olvesa looks a little dumbfounded, but also is listening. Sasha turns to Lucy and in hushed Sylvan says, Lisa, what's going on? Tell me true. They're looking at killing the poor things in the woods.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Well, that appears to be their goal, Gran, but I thought maybe my friends and I could do some investigating before anybody makes any silly choices.
Sounds like a good idea. And then she switches back to common and turns to Yuale. Kind of gives her like a side to side. Moves up and tries be coy and says, You're not from the surface. I recognize tasks. Don't recognize the rest. I'm sorry.
I'm part both. I'm part drow and part orc.
I've met a drow or two in my time, and an orc or two in my time.
Well, did you ever meet one with the last name of Morrow or Orc?
Can't say I have.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, you just never ran into the orc or the drow that I knew.
But you have no throw-in with this lot on the surface, do you?
With the Many Arrow tribe.
No, I mean... Can I trust you?
I think so.
Good. I'm glad to see that Lucy's still got a good head on her shoulders. Claps you on the shoulder. And kind of goes over to Astra and then points over as Olvesa is about to say something. No, finish the cup. Then we can have a conversation. And she tries speaking in Sylvan to Astra, saying, Your eyes are strange. I've seen them in the stars. I've seen the like. They see more than I can. And she's like, it's someone speaking another language to you. And
Lucy, choose. Okay, disconnecting for a second, guys. Sorry, hold up. And I'll connect with her mentally and be like, while I'm very well versed in not common languages, that's not one of my languages I speak. But this way we can both understand each other.
so you've connected with her, so you're speaking to her telepathically, not necessarily speaking words.
Yeah.
And she's taken a second, and you can see she's understanding what you've said. He goes, Oh, now this is new. Okay. And I can trust you. I assume those eyes are a secret.
As is this.
Again, just staring at each other. And you can see her mouth like moving a little bit. but not really words coming out. Good. And then she like turns. She doesn't know that you need to connect or disconnect, and just kind of goes over and so, what's the plan, Lisa?
Figure out what really happened. It's all we can do.
Good enough. And she hands you the spear. You better keep that warm.
Uh, thank you.
You're welcome. Your dad wasn't using it anymore, so I gave it to Kendrick to protect the village, and now you need to use it.
Thank you, but shouldn't Lou have something like this?
No.
Sort of looks at her sad little weak arms, like. Fear your faith may be a bit misplaced with my expertise with such a weapon.
She just looks at you and then smiles a bit. It's not. It never was. My faith is always in the right place. If your brother wants one, come and ask you for it.
I see your point.
Takes your hand, shakes it. Not like shakes it, but just kind of holds on to it and holds it a bit. Good. You found some friends. You're strange. I like that.
Wouldn't want it any other way.
Once you're finished here, do you mind coming to the village and making sure we know everything's all right?
I'll try to send you birds more often.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was losing my mind.
You are, but that's beside the point.
Oh no, where am I? I can't remember. I've
Bye,
lost my
Gran.
mind.
See ya.
She wanders back over, grabs another tankard, drinks from it. We'll be here till the morning. Enjoy. Hey, finish up your cup. Bees worked hard on that. Ulves is still there holding the tankard and just puts it to the side. Sorry, I need to quickly let the dog out.
Lucy's just holding this spear, like.
It's magic.
It looks good on you.
I am not good at stabbing things.
You also have the scythes. You just keep collecting the weapons.
I mean, I
I
This
can't
is a
wait to
lot.
like detect what it is.
I'm all fucking attuned to this bitch.
I'm like, let me see what it does. Can I see what it does in a hot minute? Once I figure out what I'm doing.
Let's have a short rest, everybody.
Do you know what I could have done earlier and I forgot about? Is I can detect languages.
Ah!
I
You could
forgot.
you could have been listening in the entire time.
I could have been listening in the entire time.
Lucy starts like thinking thinking and trying to like broadcast it to Astra. She still doesn't quite get how it works.
oh
Astra. Astra? Astra?
yes, sorry.
It
Your
worked.
grandmother started speaking Sylvan to me, and I had to establish that I don't understand.
Oh, that's very cute that she did that. She doesn't usually do that with strangers.
I feel weird for knowing her secret and your secret. Technically, it's she's gonna kill me in my sleep if I do anything wrong, and I fully acknowledge that as like a
She kind of gets you that vibe, eh?
yeah.
And I'll be honest, she could.
She could. I would not for 2 seconds would I doubt it. If you said
She spent
Lou, I'd be but your grandmother, no. We respect.
through a lot.
Word.
Word.
But yeah. Okay. Connect everybody back up. Although this is kind of weird to have. Do we really need to have mental conversations still?
Are we gonna go and do this? Did I just say something we couldn't do? Sorry.
Well,
Sorry, I
Vesper's
got
still
a
there.
little distracted with surroundings.
Yeah, whatever you were eating looked delicious, and I'm very jealous.
It's a weird timbity thing filled with caramel, and then they handed me one filled with Nutella.
Yeah, Dolce and
Ah,
Lychee
Got good
Juvenile.
roommates.
I'm so hungry. My appetite came back. Haven't been hungry all day. Now I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. I've been
I'm along for pretty much anything. Tanzin's like, you're gonna like, let's go to hell or let's go jump off an iceberg. And she's like, I mean, sure. If you're gonna do it and you think it's a good idea, I see no reason why it wouldn't be a good idea.
I mean, I think this is something that it's gonna tie in with everything else. So like, it's not really, we're not
it's fair.
right. Like,
You know, everything's connected and all that. So
I think
that's I guess we're gonna go and solve your problem.
Oh, are you heading off uh, with the hunters?
No, they're not gone.
Gosh. We will send them.
Are you? Because I just told you not to. I mean, last time I checked, you weren't the speaker. So you can't really tell me what to do.
I mean, you're one of the villagers. I wouldn't.
Exactly.
All right. That saves me having to send people out into the woods. I guess I should say thank you, being told that you're going to do this for us. So thank you.
You're welcome. But in return, I'd like to keep 2 of the barrels.
Roll a persuasion with advantage, since you have also set it up that they don't need this to survive.
So I have disadvantage.
So you've got regular rolling. Congratulations.
Guidance.
Oh, I wish I could help. Where? I don't even know where I am.
You're near enough.
I mean,
Do you
about the
want-
owl bear.
Do you want to? Can you give inspiration?
Oh.
I-
She's
I
a
don't know.
bard!
I don't know, cause I'm a mix. Remember?
You should
Yeah,
still have
well-
it at level 1, though.
Yeah,
But-
you should have something.
It's like a
I'm gonna see. I'm seeing. Okay, I have.
D6.
We're such a fucking disaster. I love us.
What we should do, guys, gets roped into one more thing we didn't plan on doing.
Sorry. It's important.
I mean, the best I can do is prestidigitation, and
What is this, a negotiation with the pawn
That's-
shop?
So,
You make Lucy
Minor
sparkle while she
illusion.
negotiates.
so just a second.
Yeah.
Did you go to your features and traits?
Yeah,
Features
you
and traits.
Yeah,
You
if you
should
scroll
have-
down that, you should find it there. Sorry, love.
That's okay. You have Bardic Inspiration, which is one of your abilities you get as a Bard
Mhm.
level 1,
Okay.
which means as a bonus action on your turn,
Oh wait,
which-
I see it. Sorry.
Yeah. you can give Bardic Inspiration, which is they can add.
A D6
Yep.
at level 1.
And you can do it equal to your charisma modifier a day.
It's not bad.
Which should be
Yeah.
4, because I'm going to assume you maxed yours out.
I
that's-
mean, since we're almost at the end of the day, we're gonna start it again. We're gonna have a rest and then continue. I'm assuming this is how this is gonna go.
Yeah,
If
they
I've learned
restarted after a long
anything, it's
rest.
don't assume you're gonna get a long rest. 'cause that's
Yeah,
what
they
I'm
reset
fucking
after
learning.
a long rest for
Yeah.
Bardic Inspiration, but
All right, so I
This
have
feels worth it.
three uses of it. So I will use one for you.
Can I
So-
cast
And-
guidance on myself too?
I will allow it since you have the position. So your Bardic Inspiration is usually done through a performance. So you know what? We'll just
Okay.
say that. What are you?
I
gonna
start
do?
singing like a catchy tune where it's like there once was a man who said to sea the name of the ship was Abilia 3. I don't know. This is the only thing that came to my mind. So she just starts singing a sea shanty off to the side, but like in a very just like domineering way. So like it's not like super funny. It's more like just like she's trying to be tough.
into the thick of it. Into the thick of it.
I'm going to perform an intimidation with a sea shanty.
You know what? Yeah.
I'm
I
here for it.
sing a sea shanty intimidatingly.
Okay.
And
I'm
then do
roll
I
now.
roll or do you roll?
I think I roll. I add the d6 to my roll.
Yeah, you just give the die.
Well, I'm really glad that everyone's here to help me because I rolled a 6.
I can't use soul
Plus-
knife on other people. I'm sorry.
Ooh. Plus 3. So 11 plus 1 is 12.
Ooh, you've needed those.
I rolled real bad. Usually I have advantage. I'm very tired.
Wait, you normally get advantage, but then you have disadvantage.
Yep.
So it's
And-
regular.
Yep.
And then you also have advantage.
Doesn't work that way. No matter how much double advantage doesn't cancel out disadvantage.
Okay.
It's just a 1-1 relationship. Otherwise, you'd be able to roll a bunch of times. So, like, one disadvantage cancels out any advantage, and vice versa.
Understood.
I do not like that.
I hate it, but I remembered it from that disadvantage advantage thing that Critical Role did.
That's true.
It's the only reason why I know.
Okay.
Not to fuck myself, but I appreciate it.
But you got 11 or 12?
12, because I have a +1.
Olvesa just looks at you and is like, yeah, I'm not the speaker.
It's fair.
Good luck. If you don't come back in a few days, we'll send some people out looking for you. Otherwise, if only 3 barrels come back, I guess the Verbeeg just drank some.
This is the part where Lucy processes that she didn't ever have to ask at all. Oh. Oh. Ah.
I'm gonna get out of here before I get stung. Olvesa. Out.
Elvisa out. So, are we going? We're doing this?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna fix it. Or at least try it, Ernest. Who
Thank
knows?
you.
Maybe it's just another Moose situation.
Everything's a moose situation if you believe hard enough.
I mean, we also didn't kill the Yetis. I mean, he could have fallen, he could have not, he could have got up.
I choose to believe he lived. Wait, we saw him live. Never mind.
Yeah, I would say we
They
You're right,
climb
we
back
did.
Yep,
up.
we watched him climb up, which
Yep.
was a shock. Well,
So, like, I'm down. Me and my new ex are ready to go on a new adventure as new individuals.
and my
In
spear.
my sphere.
So as you
Okay.
say, me and my axe as individuals, and you like do that, it totally wiggles.
Oh god, that's so weird.
Can I talk to it? I want to see if something happens if I talk to it.
Okay.
I shake my spear to try and make it wiggle.
Are you alive? Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Nothing. It was really weird. Now I'm just a crazy person talking to an ex. It's fine.
You know, it's not any weirder than literally anything else we've ever done.
You're not allowed to make fun of me.
Why would I make fun of you?
You all did in the beginning. You thought I was crazy talking to myself.
Well, now we know
Think
that
you're
you're not
Yeah.
crazy.
But you're talking to an axe now.
Well-
let's just acknowledge the development and growth
our
of
defense-
the group as a whole.
It was Thuso who made fun of you.
Yeah.
She's
Thuso is
barely
making
around
fun of you.
anymore.
I'm just saying. I have a little friend.
You have, yeah.
I now talk to an axe. Uale talks to a merged creature that I call Salad.
That's still strange.
It's
Well,
accepted.
let's go on an adventure.
Come on,
Right
get
now,
down.
don't we want to rest before we go out?
Well, let's
If
leave in
it's
the morning.
night.
Let's take a
But
let's sleep
It's only
tonight.
like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, though. We'd be getting up at like 10 o'clock to go out.
By this time, with the celebration afterwards, it's about 6 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's up to you all. I just don't want to spend any more time than we need to, of course.
I think we should rest first, especially since you're exhausted.
I'm fine.
You're dead on your feet.
We're gonna probably have to get like a couple rations and a couple things ready to go out. To be fair.
But where do the Verbigs supposed to really live? Like, how far in the forest? It's a big forest.
4 miles across.
That's a good question. I will find out.
Well, as you go to find out, we can actually speed this up a little bit. Talking around and getting everything ready, the hunters are planning to leave in the morning. They're still going to the clearing where they're supposed to meet up with Feth. They're not sure where the Verbeeg live because they were told to give them a wide berth. And this is just easy information from asking the hunters actually as they're preparing to go. They're like, yeah, we're going to leave in the morning after a good night's rest and wait at camp in the clearing and head up while this good weather holds. And they said they tried to talk to Olvesa to make sure everything was good, but she was apparently said that she's not the speaker, so you don't need to ask her anything. And they're just chalking that up to stress of everything coming down.
Lucy.
I
Do you think your family would know any stories about where the Verbeeg might live?
the only one I think who'd know is Gran.
I was just
She's
thinking because she
been
seemed
around
very
the
upset
longest.
about the prospect of us or someone hunting them, you know?
Understandably, I would assume.
Oh yeah, 100%. I was just wondering if maybe your gran would be the person to ask about things to watch for their settlements or something.
Yes. I can also prepare spells to help us find certain items as well. Particularly the barrels. So
Oh well, okay.
I was just gonna do that.
No, that's a great idea. I didn't know you
But
could
if
do
you want
that.
to talk to my gran, you feel free. She loves telling stories.
I'm trying to stay away from your family for safety reasons. Like I was specifically asked to do, so
I asked you to stay away from my godchildren.
yeah, well,
Not my
I
family.
figured it probably extends to everybody.
I care about this town, but not everybody in it is my best friend.
But it wasn't intentional. But alright, no, if you're going to do that to do the barrels, then I'll just sharpen some arrows, I guess.
You've got tricks up your sleeve you'll probably pull out.
Not many of them, just a few.
That's when she's like, nothing up my sleeve, and then pulls her own bones into her shoulder blade and out again.
Why would you fucking say that? Ugh.
All right. With this new direction having been decided, things being prepared, and the decision of whether to spend the night or not being up for debate, sadly, as said before, we are going to end a little early.